Hi, everyone, and welcome to our third day of the Blockchain Community Day conference. Today, we are going to continue our presentations and our workshops. And today, we'll be having 6 amazing sessions dedicated to the future and to the interoperability topics. And we'll be having different sessions dedicated to topics like the interoperability trilemma, about safety in cryptos, about NFTs, about AI and cryptos, and about the role of tokens in the Web3 products. And first things first, this session will be dedicated to the topic of interoperability trilemma, the problem of fragmented liquidity, together with our esteemed guest, Boris Povar, who is a CEO of EYWA. And will be, it's worth mentioning that we'll be having a simultaneous translation during this session. Please keep that in mind. Hi, Boris, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you for being with us today. I think we can, without further ado, we can start our today's session, and I hope we can now see your presentation on the stage, and you are good to start. Good luck to you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Ну что, начнем.
So let's start.
Борис Повар.
My name is Boris Povar.
Я в крипте уже
I'm in crypto since 2017, full-time, and since 2020 I'm working with interoperability topic. I'm CEO of EYWA startup. We launched it in the end of 2020, and currently we also have a cross-chain product. It's a cross-chain DEX, cross-curve, created together in partnership with Curve, which is the second biggest decentralized exchange in the world. And Mikhail Egorov, CEO of Curve, is our lead investor. During this time, we launched gathered about $7 million and solved several difficult problems related to this topic. And today I would like to tell you more about these problems and about different solutions that exist, and also what we do in this relation. First, I would like to start with 2 big problems that exist, we believe. It's a fragmented liquidity problem and insecure cross-chain communication problem. I would like to start tell you more in detail about the security problem. I believe that many of you do know that in the last 3 years, about $2 billion, and now it's even more, were stolen from cross-chain bridges and protocols. So the security of money in cross-chain bridges raises a lot of questions. And even big protocols that managed to attract big TVL, attract a lot of funds from biggest venture funds in the world. And they made mistakes and survived big hacks for several $1 billion hacks. I can list the most noticeable stories. First of all, there was a protocol called Polynetwork. It's Chinese developers protocol, also Neo developers, and it's a Chinese project as well. And they had a $50 million hack They managed to get the money back because they found a hacker, but there was this fact, it existed basically. The second protocol was several $billions hack, but they managed to stop it. And now the project currently doesn't work and it doesn't function currently. The next example is another project of Chinese developers. It's multi-chain. It was called AnySwap at some stage, then they changed their name. It received Andrei Kranev's support. He's very famous in crypto and DeFi. And so at the peak, there were $1.5 billion TVL, and it gave very great exchange rate for liquidity between blockchains. But unfortunately, it ended very sad, and also people who used it, about $120 billion were stolen, and blockchain suffered a lot, and Curve suffered from it a lot as well. It's the exchange that integrated this protocol as the communication layer. So why did this happen? In general, I can actually just give you many ideas. Wormhole, 300 million hack. Nomad Bridge, about 100 million, etc. And these are the biggest stories. And also smaller hacks did exist as well. If you wish, you can do your own research. And this time we were basically working on our own protocol. We were quite at an early stage, and we studied this hacked a lot and the nature of these hacks and why did they happen. And we came to a conclusion that the problem originally is in the architecture of the protocols, as to create, to make your solutions more fast and cheap. The developers basically used the simple decisions, and they made them centralized, their solutions, as some people did in the liquidity management, which was custodial, or how to say, I'll say decentralization of the layer communication, data communication layer was not enough. So let me stop at this stage. I will give you some more information on interoperability for maybe those who don't quite understand what that is. So the interoperability is created to transfer some data from one blockchain to another, because basically blockchains don't know anything about each other in general. They have their own finality. Each blockchain has its own finality. It's basically time when the block becomes finalized. So different algorithm of consensus, etc. And sometimes even different code base and different technology. And when we're talking about interoperability, we're talking that we need some sort of third party to transfer data from one blockchain to another blockchain. So this is a classical story about the man in the middle. So it's the man in the middle who can change this data. And so when protocols create solutions, centralized solutions, also it's called proof of authority. So it means when some special people are responsible for the security. So some group of people, small group of people, is responsible for this data to be transferred from one blockchain to another correctly. It's some servers, some nodes that transfer data, also called oracles. So when we made our first MVP on Global Hackathon, on Global Market Make Hackathon in 2020, I believe, we used Chainlink oracles. But it only, this story was very short, as we realized that this story is fully centralized, and we cannot control that the codes that we place on oracles couldn't change. So we cannot control the hosts of this code, and the only only choice was to host it ourselves, which means that we are the only people responsible for the security of data, or we trust someone. So the problem, the security problem of cross-chain, basically sticks in this level of decentralization. So the topic is interoperability trilemma, and I will try to phrase it now. It's very similar to blockchain trilemmas, which Vitalik Buterin stated. In fact, what three parameters do conflict between each other and which still need to be taken into consideration. First one is speed, the speed of the delivery of messages. And if this is a message, it's tokens, liquidity, swaps, etc. So it's some sort of interaction between blockchains. So the speed of this interaction is the first one. The second one is the cost. So it's the amount of money you will pay for gas and how much you will pay for the provider of this service. So it's the end cost for the user. And the third one is security. And as sometimes we say in some jokes, please choose two. So the most of these solutions, generally, they are some sort of compromise of the protocols. So basically the users choose the price and the security. So they need to choose two. So when we talk about the security in terms of cross-chain communication, we can say the same as, we can call it decentralization. We can say the same about it. So what level of decentralization is enough? This is kind of the question. And Vitalik Buterin thinks that the cosmos of blockchain, we cannot say that it's decentralized because it's BFT consensus, maximum 100 nodes. And if you are taking into consideration this approach, when we distinguish decentralization, for example, depose or proof of authority of any count is not a decentralization of the enough level. So taking this into consideration on cross-chain market, among the cross-chain solutions, there are not a single decentralized solution. So there are methods how you can make these proofs cryptographically. So there are several protocols that do this. I will give you the full classification below to show you what kind of solutions do exist on the market to solve this problem. But in advance, I'll tell you that currently in the cryptographic proof, so there is a problem that it would be secure, but it would cost a lot and it will be slow. So what kind of conclusions we can make in terms of security? So talking about security, we can say that currently there are several protocols exist in terms of data transfer between blockchains. So I mean general protocols, general interoperability protocols, but not a single one is fully decentralized and requires a certain level of trust to the team of validators who validate the transactions, etc. So generally, all these solutions are kind of proof of authority. So what happened with multi-chain? So the people who were responsible for the security, regulators or Chinese police, they caught them and they took them away. They took all the access to the protocol. So the work of the protocol stopped. It stopped working completely. It worked for some time, but it was not possible to improve anything or stop anything, etc. So this was the problem of dependence of the protocol on the team. So basically, the true solution doesn't have to depend on at least one team. So here, I will just give you some more classification if we're talking about Trilemma. interoperability
то
Trilemma.
какие вообще есть
So
способы решения?
what are the ways of
Большой кластер решений
solution?
основан на том,
So
что
the big cluster of solutions based
между
on
блокчейнами
the fact
создается некая
that
третья сторона,
the
третья
third
сущность,
party is created
которая
between
передает
blockchains,
данные с одного
which
блокчейна в
transfers
другой.
data from one
Это
blockchain
можно
to
сказать,
another blockchain.
по-другому называется Oracle.
In other words, oracles.
Есть еще терминология, что это
And
некий verifier network.
also sometimes it's
И
called
для того, чтобы
verifier
это
network, some sort of
децентрализовать,
verifier
делают,
network. And to
соответственно,
decentralize it,
централизованную сеть.
so this
которая
decentralized
занимается
network is
передачей данных
created.
с
And
одного
this
блокчейна
network
в другой.
basically transfers data from one
Фактически,
blockchain to another
что
blockchain.
они делают?
In fact, what they
Они
do,
сперва убеждаются,
so
что
first they make sure
в
that the
исходной
block in the original
полностью
blockchain
финализирован.
is
И
fully
по сути,
finalized, and it does
в
exist.
нем есть
And
некая
this
транзакция,
block
которую
has
отправил
a
второй пользователь,
transaction
что она
sent
тоже
by the user that it
потом
does
эти
exist in
данные,
this block.
они
So
передаются
then
остальным.
this data is transferred to the
Но
destination
изначально,
chain.
да, если это децентрализованная сеть, они
And
между
originally,
собой
if it's a decentralized chain,
согласовать, что
they
эти данные
have to agree that this
когда
data is true.
набралось достаточное
And
количество
so when
тех, кто подтвердил,
enough
что эти данные
people who
правильные,
confirmed that this data is correct,
собирается консенсус, кворум,
the consensus,
и
a
это решение
quorum
финализируется,
takes
и
place,
после
and this
этого
solution, this
передается в
is
destination
finalized, and then it's
Это
transferred to the
децентрализованный Oracle
destination
network.
chain. So this is a decentralized Oracle network.
И, соответственно говоря,
And
есть
so
ряд решений, в том числе
there are several
изначально мы
solutions.
разрабатывали в
And
EYWA
originally, we first
это решение,
were working on
это
one
EYWA
solution.
Oracle Network.
It's
Это
EYWA Oracle
децентрализованная сеть
network. It's a
Oracle,
decentralized Oracle
специализированная
network
именно на
that
cross-chain
specializes on
передаче данных.
cross-chain data
И мы
transfer.
достигли
And we
хороших,
reached
я бы сказал, даже выдающихся результатов. Нам
quite
удалось определить
great, outstanding results. We managed to
вдвое больше, чем
make it 150 validators, which is twice as more as
но
the
при этом
closest
эта сеть всё равно
competitor.
оставалась
But
authority. То есть у нас
this
была возможность,
network was still proof of
от которой, скажем
authority.
так, мы не могли
So we
избавиться.
had
Это
this
цензурирование
opportunity
валидатора.
that we weren't able to get rid of with
И
censored
поэтому,
the validators.
соответственно, полным решением этой
So
проблемы, этой
this
задачи было бы перейти на чистый proof of stake.
so the
сеть
solution for this would be
масштабируется
to move to proof of
бесконечно,
stake, where
минимум
the
такой
network
1000 узлов.
could be
Но
made
мы,
bigger,
так сказать,
like let's
оценили
say 1,000
масштаб
knots. But we
конкуренции
looked at
и
this,
масштаб других.
we looked at
Но я немножко об
our
этом расскажу.
competitors, and we took a different
Про
route.
классификацию, дальнейшая классификация.
So the next
Есть,
classification,
Oracle, то в ином виде.
oracles
И вот у некоторых проектов,
in
например, за это
this or
отвечает
another way. And in
minimum,
some projects, 3 or 5 nodes, or 7 nodes, or 10 nodes, or 20 responsible for this. So multi-chain has about 20 validators. Axelar,
да, это, например,
one of the projects,
70 валидаторов.
it has about 70 validators, decentralized network.
Дальше есть другой подход.
Then
Да,
another approach.
централизованный Oracle,
When a centralized Oracle is used,
relayer, который доставляет
a centralized relayer that delivers the
гипотеза в том,
transactions.
что, значит, если
And
Oracle находится в одних
the
руках,
idea is
relayer,
that if
который
Oracle is owned by one person and the relayer is
между
owned
ними
by
нет доступного
other
сговора,
person, and then
то, значит,
they
они не
cannot
смогут обмануть
agree to cheat
Такая
you, they
концепция
won't be able
называется
to. And this is the layer
Они
zero
говорят,
concept.
клиент
So they say
может
that the
выбрать
client can
тот источник данных, который ему больше
choose the
подходит.
data source he likes. It could be a decentralized network of some cross-chain validators. They call it decentralized verifier network.
Либо они
Or
могут выбрать какой-то их Oracle,
they can choose their own Oracle,
разделена.
and they
самом деле,
separate the delivery.
Как мы понимаем, это допущение.
So as we can see, this is some sort of an exception. We can
Никто никогда не
accept
говорит
that maybe this would never happen, that they won't meet each other and steal the money. But I think it's quite naive, as one of the hacks, one of the biggest hacks, and I'm talking about Ronin Bridge, it's Axie Infinity project. It's a very big GameFi project. They had their own blockchain and they had their own bridge. And it had 9 validators. And basically they lost hundreds of millions of dollars. So through the social phishing, hackers send some spam messages to their emails, and engineers somehow, we don't know why they opened these messages, and they infected the machines, and the hacker got the majority in this consensus, and the money was stolen. And this is basically on topic of, no one being able to meet and agree on some. And so basically there is a problem exists. I call it the black swan effect. Big projects. And I will give you 3 names. Axelar, Layer 0, and Wormhole. They build their own ecosystems where tons of projects integrate them as bridge, or some projects build their protocols based on these projects, where they somehow unite cross-chain logic. And so if one day one of the risks that there is a bomb underneath every single architectural solution as this will be exploited, then the full ecosystem will be ruined, and many projects will suffer, projects that used it. So they might lose the money, or maybe some functionality will stop working. So it's a potential risk of a black swan. So this is the big problem. So I told you about these possible solutions. There are some solutions that are more true, some cool solutions cryptographically that deal with the check of Merkle proofs. So they don't trust some third party to say that it's truth or it's lies. They prefer to check in the destination chain the correctness, the truth, that the block from the source chain and the transactions, that they do exist in the global state of the original blockchain. So they check it through the Merkle tree. So what's wrong with these solutions? First of all, the most famous solution that was developed is a near Rainbow Bridge. It's a bridge from near to Ethereum blockchain. These are very different blockchains. They have different code base and different cryptography, but they solved this problem. So this solution is quite universal, and it can be used for other blockchains. But what's wrong with it? So to prove that the block exists in the global state of a blockchain, you need to have this state. So you need to have all the headings of the blocks from blockchain A. So if we're moving from blockchain A to blockchain B. So if you need to prove that in blockchain B that the block exists in the blockchain A, you need to have the full information, the full stack, the full information on the full blocks of blockchain A. So we need to have some sort of servers who will provide these blocks. Theoretically, the source of these blocks could be malicious too, so the information can be changed. But these are small details. The main problem is that every header needs to be loaded. And okay, there are some solutions to make this problem easier. Some solutions that allow to load some smaller parts to realize what is the state. But if we're talking about connection of 10 blockchains, each blockchain with each blockchain. So each blockchain with each blockchain has to be connected. In this case, this solution is impossible to use, as you will need to upload all the states of all the blockchains in every single blockchain. But it looks like this solution is a true great solution. You don't need decentralization. You basically prove that the transaction does exist. But this way is very expensive and slow, especially for blockchains like Ethereum, slow blockchains. And also there are several other solutions, interoperability solutions that are fully decentralized. are fully centralized. So, for example, when there is one server in the middle and it just transfers data from one blockchain to another. For example, when we're talking about classical cross-chain link oracles, yeah, I told you about Chainlink. Now they have Chainlink CCIP solution, Chainlink Interoperability Protocol. So they basically use Chainlink oracles, and they have some sort of consensus from these oracles. But when you look deeper, you can see that it's an authority consensus. So there are special people, special groups of people who are responsible for this. And this is quite small circle of people, so the potential the amount of malicious players still exists. So now I told you about the main ways of working on interoperability. I didn't tell you how to do it with Bitcoin. I'm more talking about EVM chains. If we're talking about interoperability with Bitcoin, the problems are quite the same, but there is an additional problem as Bitcoin and similar blockchains doesn't have the full EVM machine, which can make the code. So there are several solutions on interoperability with Bitcoin. For example, Tor chain protocol. They are one of the first ones who made the solution. Also REN protocol, but it doesn't currently work. They stopped it. And now I would like to go back to the problem, what to do then? What can we do? From our side, we have some code in this direction. We call it a consensus bridge. EYWA protocol has EYWA consensus bridge solution. So it's now in audit, so it's fully developed. So what's the idea? As I said, data transfer protocols, there are several of them. There are quite a lot of them. In 2020, there were no protocols like that. So that's why we started creating one. And currently, there are several ones. There is a choice of protocols. And as I said, none of these protocols is a trustless, permissionless protocol. So every single one, if you look into detail, every single protocol has its own risks. Now in the picture, you can see Warhol, Axelar, Layer 0, Chainlink. As I did say about Wormhole, that $3 million were already stolen from this, and there are some kind of guardians, validators, and it's 30 of them. Axelar has 70 validators. Layer 0 concept is the concept about splitting the validation and data transfer, and you will have no problems. But potentially, it still can exist. CCIP, yes, they have several groups of oracles, but they can be censored. So it's not a decentralized solution. So what can you do? And we offer following concept: to protect data transferred between blockchains, and to protect, for example, liquidity that's in a bridge. We offer to do hedging. So it means that when the data is sent from chain A to chain B, we can send this data using several protocols and then match the result. For example, let's look at the simplest example. Let's take Axelar and Layer 0 protocols. We have some transaction. For example, a user, just a simple bridge, and the user sends a token from one chain to another chain. So it's lock and mint, where in one blockchain we block liquidity, and in another blockchain we mint a token. provided by the Liquidity blockchain, the original blockchain. So to make this transaction safely, what can we do? So we can transfer data, the main data, so-called payload. So the main information, where it's coded, where we send the call, to what smart contract, and what data we want to send to that smart contract. And for example, we use Axelar. We send this data with Axelar. And at the same time, we send this data with the second protocol. Or you can say, oh, that's very expensive, double spending of gas. And you will be correct. So how you can save your money? You can take a hash from this data and send the hash. So it will be a lot less information. And after that, the contract of the bridge, we will say, we so-call it the data bridge. It receives the main data from the second bridge, and from the second protocol, it receives a hash for the same data, and it knows what hash it should be. And if it fully matches, then he believes that both protocols proved that this data is correct. So the data matches. So this 0-day. So if one of these protocols is hacked, then they will start sending wrong information. How most of the bridges were broken. For Bob sent $1,000 to a bridge, and in the destination chain, the bridge says that Bob sent $1 million. And in the destination chain, Bob takes $1 million and basically takes all the money. So other people who didn't have time to take their money out, so they are left with some papers not provided with liquidity. Because someone changed the data about the fact that Bob transfers not $1,000 but $1 million. So that's why we use this hedging. So, for example, when we understand that hash and payload don't match, then we believe that one of these protocols is hacked. So we don't risk the money. Revert, and we refuse to complete the transaction. So you would only be able to take the money in chain A. The client who could take the money in chain A, and he won't receive the money in the destination chain. So, and nothing would be stolen. So this way, our protocol allows to create any type of consensuses from any cross-chain protocols. So as I said, that all of these solutions are pretty much proof of authority. It only relies on the trust to these guys. So for example, we have our own messaging protocol. It's EYWA Oracle Network, and we use it as well. And I will explain you the difference. Why do we need several sets of different protocols? For example, we work with B2B. For example, we work with Curve Finance, and Curve has the following. So they have the emission of CRV. All the incentives are paid in this token, and it's issued on Ethereum. So layer 2 chains, where there are native bridges, it can get there very fast in one direction, and it takes quite a long time. But if we talk about an Avalanche or Binance Smart Chain, it's impossible to deliver these incentives there because the bridge doesn't exist. For example, before that, there was a multi-chain bridge, but now it doesn't work. So they basically need from the treasury, the protocol treasury, to bridge quite a few $1 billion CRV. and they are ready to pay more for the security and choose the protocols they want to see in this consensus. So, for example, they want Chainlink. They say we want Chainlink, Layer 0, Axelar. Let's say 3 protocols. And they understand that gas-wise it would be a lot more expensive, but when they transfer several $1 million, it's more important for them to save this money rather than save dollars on the transaction. But for other users, it can be very critical. So you can make a set, a kind of consensus set. So you can choose cheaper protocols. For example, our Oracle network, in comparison with Axelar and Layer 0, it's a lot cheaper. And also, we don't take any commissions. So gas-wise, we're cheaper, and commissions is 0. It's because we have DAX on top of this layer. So one of our products doesn't take money from the other product. So you can choose a different consensus. And the user, be it a B2B or B2C customer, he can choose some kind of a flag that I want to use this consensus. Please use these bridges to transfer my transactions. I want EYWA plus Layer 0, for example, or I want Axelar and Layer 0. So there will be several sets to choose from. So the idea is that this way, first of all, the security issue would be solved. So it decreased several times, as the risk is the same as imagine 2 big independent protocols would be hacked the same day or exploded. Okay, we do take into consideration that smart contracts are audited. This has to be taken into consideration as well. But this is also just solved with the amount of additional audits, and also with bug bounty for white hackers who can find exploits that were missed by the auditors. So this is talking about the security. And talking about the speed and price, I will give you some detail. So basically, if we're talking about interoperability between blockchains, you cannot make this speed very fast, like 1 second, because it depends on the 2 blockchains that do interact. So for example, if one of them is slow, then the transaction will happen with the speed of the slowest blockchain. And I'm not talking about the speed of block production. I'm talking about the finalization speed. It's not about how many blocks created in whatever seconds. It depends on how many blocks you have to wait to make sure that the block is accepted in the main chain and it exists. So these 2 factors determine the blockchain finalization time. And if the blockchain solution starts to transfer money faster than the real finalization, it's some sort of compromise. So you can make one confirmation for Ethereum and send the money straight away. But in reality, after proof of stake, after Ethereum moved to proof of stake, there could be block restructured, and this block won't be taken into the main chain. But the protocol, for example, already worked, completed the solution and gave the money in one blockchain. We kind of took the money and gave the money to the user in the other blockchain. But the money we took, it could be in the end of the day that we wouldn't receive the money, and so it would mean that we lose the money. So we kind of go into this place where it's we need to compromise between the security and the speed and the convenience for the user. So if you go to different centralized exchanges, the speed of the deposit being loaded and the speed of the time that it takes to take out the deposit, we did research and the speed would be different. And we looked into this security and what's the secure number for each blockchain. For example, Polygon. Polygon is a super fast blockchain and cheap. It's kind of layer 2 of Ethereum, but if you look at it, the finalization speed in Polygon it can vary, and it varies from 200 blocks to 400 blocks. So for interoperability, it's a very hard blockchain. So you need to set a very long waiting time to make sure that the transaction won't be reverted with a mistake. So it makes this blockchain one of the slowest layer 2 blockchains. So this is what I wanted to tell you about the Trilemma and the security. And let's go back to the second problem. The second problem is the fragmented liquidity problem. So what that is? We all know that the amount of blockchains increases all the time. New blockchains appear, L1, L2, different technological stacks. But let's not, let's just take Ethereum into consideration, that there is Ethereum and a lot of forks, like L1 forks and different layer 2 blockchains. The classical approach is not effective as, for example, decentralized DEXs or lending protocols, all DeFi. It works in a kind of way that it's a single chain story. So if we want good slippage, when we do the exchange, we need a lot of liquidity in one sort of pool, in a DEX. But if we want a good lending percentage, we need to have a lot of liquidity in the lending protocol. So when more and more blockchains appeared, they only repeated and repeated and repeated this scheme in each blockchain. So because there was no interoperability at that time. So from zero, they built the whole structure, the whole liquidity structure in every single chain. So this is a classical approach. And so what is the problem? For example, there is a lot of liquidity in one blockchain, but it doesn't affect another blockchain. And for example, let's see, imagine you are a builder, you are a project or a team that launches some DeFi protocols. Or it could be a project more like social fi, mem coins, NFT, GameFi. So one or another way, they have to launch the token. So what kind of pain do they have? If they want to work in different blockchains at the same time, simultaneously, so the users use some sort of their product or just bought their token in different blockchains, they face this problem where they need to split their liquidity in parts and place into several blockchains. And the less liquidity they have, the worse it would be for the end user. So this is the fragmented liquidity problem. So the liquidity cannot be used several times or simultaneously used in several blockchains. So for a long time, we looked at this problem, how to solve this issue. And we were solving it in relation to cross-chain bridges and bridge liquidity. I believe that all of you do understand that for some bridge to work, especially if it's not some canonical layer 2 bridge between Ethereum and some L2, but a cross-chain protocol that has to make swaps in all the directions and all the different combinations, it needs liquidity. And quite a lot of liquidity to make sure it works in all the directions. And the problem is that Classical bridges don't solve this problem. So they connect assets and blockchains. For example, USDT in Ethereum, we connect with USDT in Binance, and we need to place liquidity in each blockchain. And imagine that there are 10 blockchains like this, and there are other 5, 6 assets, and in each blockchain you need to lock these assets. So it doesn't solve the liquidity problem, the liquidity fragmentation problem, and it even makes it worse. And in several blockchains there is a lot of liquidity, and in other projects there is less liquidity, and the project needs to build its liquidity in the blockchain where there is more liquidity. But every blockchain has some sort of superpower, so-called layer 3 chains, when a project launches its own blockchain, and it will have the same problem: how to get liquidity in that blockchain. Where would it come from? So the lack of liquidity is the global problem of the whole market. Every blockchain, every new blockchain needs liquidity. Every protocol that launches anywhere needs liquidity. And so what is our solution for this problem? We offer this sort of approach where we work with the derivatives of the liquidity. And this way we connect different liquidity from different chains in one place. So we use a star topology. Instead of using the classical way when connect each chain to each chain and we need liquidity in each place, we connected all the blockchains in one center, so-called hub chain. Currently, we use Phantom as it's cheap and fast. And moreover, it will soon go to the next level of its development. They already announced their branding. It will be called Sonic, and its TPS would be twice bigger than Solana. 2,000 transactions a second. Now it's 59 transactions a second, and it's one of the best number among all the EVM chains. And there is quite a big amount of gas. Gas is cheap, and it's very good to use for calculation. So how we connect liquidity? We have a strategic partnership with Curve, as they have more than 2 billion liquidity, and they have similar type of pools in each blockchain. For example, stablecoins pool and volatile assets of the same nature. We use the liquidity, the existing liquidity of Curve, and we can reuse it. So how does our solution work? There is a bridge that connects every single chain with Phantom. So basically, bridge really connects all the chains, but I'm just explaining you the liquidity structure. So we connect each chain with the center, which is Phantom now, and then we can add assets in the bridge like stablecoins, Ethereum, Bitcoin, everything that everyone needs everywhere. And also we learned how to do it with Curve LPs. So for example, there is a liquidity pool in Curve. There is a liquidity provider that receives LP token that he's an owner of this liquidity, and we can bridge these LPs. And based on these, on Curve again, we create a standard cross-curve, standard Curve pool. As we use the same nature assets, it's basically a stable pool. It's what Curve is famous for: exchange of the same nature assets with very low slippage. So in fact, this solution works the following way. If we use the Curve pools, the client adds liquidity in a Curve pool in one blockchain, and it takes it out from the Curve pool in another blockchain, as there are several tons of billions of dollars in this system. So do we need liquidity in Hub? Yes, we do. We do need some liquidity in this core, and we attract the liquidity And this way also solves the problem of balancing liquidity. So, for example, when the flow of liquidity goes from one chain to another chain, so in the original chain, there will be no liquidity left. So how it worked originally in multi-chain, if you send from chain A to chain B, and if there is not enough liquidity in chain B, they just gave you synthetic asset and they said, come back later when we have more money. And in our case, it's impossible to have this sort of situation. You basically make a cross-chain with AMM. So, for example, if there is a lack of this activity, it will become just more expensive, and maybe you won't even make this transaction, but it's impossible to take out all the liquidity. And when there is a disbalance, then their arbitrage opportunity arises. It appears, so for example, if I have USDT from one chain and another chain, and it costs a lot more in the chain where it's a lack of it, so I can make the other way transaction. So I can add the asset that's lacking and take out the asset that exists in a big amount, and he will take out just more. And the main thing is that these are derivatives. So we create the first layer of derivatives with our bridge. So every single bridge does it, even Axelar. All the tokens minted by bridges are derivatives. Then we put them in one pool that has an LP token, and it's a derivative too. So it's an asset that's a concentrated cross-chain liquidity. This asset can be turned into any asset in any chain, and it can be reused again. And here, the liquidity fragmentation problem is solved. So in classical bridge, let's take Arbitrum Optimism layer 2 bridges. So there is a huge amount of money locked in Ethereum, and assets in Arbitrum are minted. So do you think this liquidity can be somehow used? No. Why Blast? You know why Blast was so successful? Because it said, guys, this money set in the bridge, I will place in DeFi and give you 3-5%. And it got billions of dollars. And we do the same with the bridge liquidity. But we also use already wrapped liquidity. We take LP token that makes money simultaneously in two places. So in the source chain and the blockchain, there is an LP, and we reuse this liquidity. And in the aggregated pool with these assets, the final LP token, backed by all the tokens I told you about, it can be reused again. For example, you can see 6 blockchains. For example, there is a pool with 6 assets, and every single chain is from a different chain, and we swap them in between. But for example, if I want to connect 5th and 7th, 8th blockchain, there is a mechanism exists. So I can take an LP of this pool and create a new pool with this asset and add some other asset from a different chain. And this way it can be, and it can grow bigger. So this is a liquidity fragmentation problem. And if we're talking about the projects and needs of projects, using these solutions, we can give a project an opportunity to create one liquidity pool in any chain the project likes. For example, Arbitrum or Binance. All their liquidity with its token they place there. Using this system, we give him a routing where a user can take any assets from any other chain and receive a project's token in Binance. And if the project connects its token to the bridge, and also the client would be able to receive this token in a different blockchain. So you can trade a token in a blockchain, in Arbitrum, but there is no liquidity for this token in this chain. All the liquidity for this token in a different blockchain, but you could still trade it. It's very similar to CEX. So in SEX, you deposit, you wait, then you trade and take it out. And we do it on-chain in one transaction. So here, interoperability is the way that in one transaction, we make several cross-chain transactions, depending on the solution. It could be 2 or 3. So it's kind of this journey of the liquidity between blockchains that takes place automatically. So this is what we were working on. And this is what venture funds liked. So when we rebranded the project, so it's a cross-curve project now, and then it started working. And apart from the technical side, yield is important in DeFi. DEX is like Curve, Velodrome, and similar. Those who use voting as pro-economics, they give a long-term incentives on this liquidity, and it allows projects to build liquidity long-term, and we will also use it. Thank you for your attention, and maybe if you have any questions, I'm more than ready to answer them.
Yes, thank you so much, Boris, for delivering such a great presentation. Let me quickly check out the live chats on several sources where we have been streaming the conference, and I will address them directly to you just in a while. So, yeah, we see the first question. The first question says, what has been the market and user response to EYWA cross-chain protocol so far?
Спасибо за вопрос. Прямо сейчас
Thank you for your question.
объединяем
Currently, we connect
6 блокчейнов.
6 blockchains.
Помимо основного блокчейна Phantom,
Apart from
это Ethereum, Arbitrum, Polygon,
just 1 second.
Binance Smart Chain, Avalanche. И мы работаем с рынками. Мы уже работаем.
We already work with 6 blockchains. Ethereum, Arbitrum, Optimism, Avalanche, Polygon, and Binance Smart Chain. And we connect liquidity pools like CRV-USD, USDT, and CRV-USDT, USDC. And also 3 crypto pools, Bitcoin, Ether, and USDT. And soon, in the next week or two, we will show you another pool that combines the biggest stable pools of curves, like 3 pool. In different blockchains, it's called differently. 2 pool, 4 pool, and 3 pool, etc. And also we are adding new blockchains like Base, X-Layer. These are new. It's a new blockchain of OKX. And also there are several other layer 2 and layer 1 chains in the pipeline. For example, Gnosis, Linear, ZK Sync, Blast, Scroll, Mantle, etc.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. And the next question comes from Dmitro. He asks, how does EYWA protocol contribute to solving issues related to blockchain scalability and growth?
Если говорить про scalability,
yes, talking about scalability,
я имею в виду в первую очередь.
First of all, I mean the growth of the amount of the liquidity in blockchain.
И фактически мы предоставляем.
In fact, we provide a fast way for blockchains to attract liquidity from the places where there is a lot of liquidity. For example, we are the only protocol that allows to exchange LP tokens directly between blockchains. In partnership with Curve, we offer the following scheme. Blockchain integrates Curve. After that, it creates a typical pool like 3 crypto pool or 3 pool. And basically it gives a good incentive. And after that, the liquidity provider from Ethereum, they can quickly go to that blockchain to receive a big yield. As asset management fund manager, I can tell you that the money between blockchains move towards the higher yield.
Okay, thank you so much for your reply. I think that was the last question for now, but I'm sure we will receive a lot of other questions when we publish the recording of this session on our YouTube channel. I will definitely address them directly to you, Boris, after we do it. And I'd like to thank you so much for being with us today and for delivering such a great presentation. And I would like to say thank you to everyone who joined our today's live session. I'd like to remind you that's not it for today, since we will be moving to Microsoft Teams to have our workshop together with Dmitry Burov, who is a Chief Product Officer, and we'll be conducting a workshop dedicated to the topic of building seamless dApps with Power DCloud, leveraging interoperability in full stack development. And the link is in the live chat and in the descriptions wherever you are watching this session. And thank you, Boris, so much once again. We will be very happy to see you again in the future on our stage.
Thank you for your time. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks. So yeah, see you in Microsoft Teams in a couple of moments. Okay, then. Hi, everyone. Once again, we're just back from the workshop that we just have had together with our guest, Dima Burov. And this time we are continuing our conference, and we still have 4 sessions for today. And our next session will be dedicated to the topic of staying safe in the crypto space, together with Mykyta Sokolov. I believe he's here in the studio right now. Hi, Nikita. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me
Thank
well?
you for joining. Yeah, thank you so much for joining. And I'm sure your topic will be very interesting since you have lots of experience and lots of use cases to share. I believe we can now start sharing your presentation. And while we are starting to share the presentation, I'd like to remind everyone to leave your questions in the live chats wherever you are watching this, on YouTube or on the We Are community platform. And we will be going through the questions by the end of today's session. And I think we can now see the presentation on the stage. And I would like to ask you, Nikita, to say a couple of welcoming words and introductory words about yourself. And after that, you're good to start. Good luck to you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have some words about myself in the presentation, but just a couple of words. I'm currently a chief operating officer at 1inch hardware wallet team, the team that is currently launching a new hardware wallet together with 1inch, so under the brand of 1inch, a new device that will help people to browse DeFi securely and make transactions securely. What are we going to be talking about today? About security and staying safe in the crypto space. I cannot explain you all these scams. I cannot explain you all the tactics, but what I can do, I can make you a little bit more paranoid, and we're gonna start building together an anti-scam mindset. I call it a paranoid mindset, which is a good thing in crypto space. So more about me. I've been in fintech since 2018, in crypto a bit earlier, 2017. Worked with dozens of projects, crypto projects, some big names, Binance, 1inch, Lido. And I believe in self-custody and sovereignty. That's why I joined the crypto space. But with power comes great responsibility. That's the main problem of crypto, and that's the main problem of DeFi and Web3. Because if the ecosystem is open and there are so many scammers and there are so many options to be scammed, why me, right? I've encountered a lot of scams. I've been targeted in phishing attempts, and I was actually recently, a couple of months, I've been scammed as well. I was already present in this topic many times. Still, there are new ways to be scammed, and as I will explain later, don't think that you're too smart to be scammed. So these are just to show you the number of illicit activities, the value received by illicit addresses, and scam, was different. A volume for scam, but still there, and hacks and terrorist financing is not that big. It's more about scam and ransomware. So why do I care? Because I believe that security issues can hinder crypto adoption, and they are barriers to more people joining this space. I had some friends, and they lost funds because of poor choice of crypto providers. And I work in a hardware wallet. Basically, this is a security by default device. So I have to learn a lot about different scam tactics and hacks. So what do I mean by mindset, right? We need to know best practices. We need to know different types of scams. I believe in self-custody, and I recommend you self-custody. It can help you to rely on third parties. And I think the main tool is to know how to do due diligence and know what you use. So some best practices. So password management, secure browsing, multi-factor authentication. These are not new, but my idea is to not to just to explain all these kind of things, but just to provide you some examples that can help you to understand why all these important, right? All these obvious things. It was in 2018, there was a DNS attack, and popular crypto wallet was basically hacked, and those users that had, I think, Google DNS in their browser, they lost a lot of funds, around 512 Ethereum. And if they had, let's say, Cloudflare DNS and checked the TCL certificate, they could save their money. These are just normal security practices, and you should be aware of them even in the crypto space. So if you think about two-factor authentication, right? So you can use YubiKey. At hardware wallet, we're also working on something similar for our device, but there are lots of different available already proven devices that you can use. You can use YubiKey to protect access to your centralized exchange. You can use it for password management. Again, nothing new here, but this is important. This can save your funds. Okay. You need to build this anti-scam mindset, and that means that you need to know different types of scams, understand that scams are basically everywhere. They can find you in Discord, Telegram, Twitter, LinkedIn, anywhere, literally anywhere. Any ad, any exchange that is not so well known, any random person in a conference can be a scammer. I know people that they were scammed during conferences by just random people. Let me provide you with some examples. This is in a like kind of an ape coin, but this is not a real account. And if you click this link, you will likely see something like a claim smart contract, but this is not going to be a real ape coin. This is going to be a scam smart contract. However, even if you know, like, yes, there is no ape coin, right, and that this is not a real Bored Ape account, it doesn't mean that you are safe. Don't trust anyone. Verified accounts can be hacked as well. Discord channels, Telegram accounts, any kind of account can be hacked, and you can receive a message from this account. So for example, this is an account of people, well-known guy in the NFT space, like 600,000 followers. And what we have here, we have a scam token on PancakeSwap. Again, don't trust even verified accounts. If you think that you are too smart to be scammed, you're wrong. I mean, I know different types of scam. I work in this industry. I've been around for many years. I was a victim of a scam, and I'll tell you about this scam a bit later. For example, one more example. This guy, Statsy, he is basically a degen. He had 16 CryptoPunks. He has been in this space for ages, and he became a victim of a simple, very simple scam on Discord. Basically, he received a message on Discord, and because of this fear of missing out, he clicked on a website and basically used the fake MetaMask and approved transfer of his basically CryptoPunks and Ethereum. So I think it was the damage for him was worth more than 1 million. What we can do? We can just simply ask ChatGPT to analyze a message, and ChatGPT can tell you that this message is fake. I mean, this could be a great habit for you. If you feel that you're in a rush and you received a message that makes you do something, you should build these habits to ask ChatGPT. But it won't always help, but it can provide you with some signs of a scam. One more important thing that I advise you to do after this presentation is to Google Etherscan Ethereum token approval. Basically, if you want to make a transaction in DeFi, you work with ERC, let's say ERC20 tokens, ERC20, whatever, you do it on EVM, you approve token spending. So, and if smart contract is not malicious, it's okay. But if this contract is compromised later by hacker, then the hacker can basically drain your funds that you approved, basically token that you approved some time ago. For example, this is one of my accounts, and you can see that I approve Shiba Inu assets on 1inch. So, and I provided this Shiba Inu provided unlimited allowance. So basically, if something goes wrong, if I don't revoke this permission, these funds can be drained actually. This is an important thing to do, to check your smart contract, like basically ERC20 tokens approvals. Another interesting example of a scam is like a zero transfer scam. So basically, most people do like a $10, $1 transaction. They send it to an address and then ask a person, okay, did you receive like $1? They say, okay, yes, I did. Okay, then I can send you 1 million. That's how you do. You basically, before we send money to a crypto address, we usually send like a transaction like for $10. That's what the one person did. He sent $10 to a valid address, and then what happened is that these wallets received lots of dust transactions with USD coin, but these transactions were sent from an address that looks super similar to the address that it sends funds to. Essentially, instead of sending money to the correct address, the person ended sending 2 million USDC to the scammer address. The address that sent this person some dust transaction, like 0 USDC. Currently, most wallets, they know the scam and they basically don't show this transaction in the basically transaction list anymore. But some wallets, they still show it. And some people, they still get scammed like this. I received plenty of times, I received these kind of transactions. If you're new to the DeFi space or Web3, maybe you don't know about this. So it's basically a rug pull. we have something that starts kind of like a legit project or like a hype project, meme token project, whatever, right? So what we have here is that there is somebody launched a token, let's say Squid Game token was a real one. People lost 11 million in this scam. But let's say somebody launches a meme coin, and this meme coin is being promoted. Everybody starts buying it, and you think, okay, nothing. Okay, it's meme coin. Who cares? But it really depends how you launch a coin, right? If you provide a liquidity to a protocol, let's say you provide it to I don't know, Uniswap, whatever, right? And then you still have a control over liquidity, and then you have a smart contract function in this token that this token cannot be sold, basically transferred. It means that a person buys your token, see that the price grows, but it cannot sell the token anymore. It can buy more, but it cannot sell the token. And what happens is that basically the token grows in price, and the person that's provided liquidity gets more and more, let's say, USDC, if it's a USDC token pair, and then it basically gets all the liquidity, and people who had the coin, they get nothing. That's like classic rug pull. Squid Games, 11 millions lost. Oh yeah, this scam also quite popular, like an email, it was a 1.7 million scam, right? This is a simple email from OpenSea, kind of OpenSea. It leads you to malicious smart contracts, like update your gas fee, but this smart contract basically allows user to get access to your funds. Don't believe in your emails, for example. One hardware wallet, I don't want to name the competitor, but it's a well-known story. It lost around 500,000 email addresses. And basically scammers have a database of 500,000 crypto users. And they can send email like this because many of these users could be users, let's say, of OpenSea. So I would advise you to use different emails if you don't want to be subject to this kind of scam. I think one of the best well-known type of scam is CeFi exit scam, is where you have a centralized project, kind of a project that stops withdrawals at some point of time. And there was this kind of project in this example where a person basically could steal 2.6 billion. All balances that people had on this centralized exchange, they were basically fake. You deposit, let's say, 1,000 USDC, you see your balance, but essentially these are just digits on your screen, and funds are not available, and you cannot withdraw them. And the best part of this story, not just 2.6 billion loss, but that this person wrote an email explaining that no, I didn't steal your fund. This is all FBI. They want to target me. They don't allow me to provide you with funds. And some people believe it. Okay. What else do we have? Tinder scams. Your new girlfriend suggests you to invest in a coin or a specific centralized application app. Fake apps. This is an interesting thing. It's basically, again, one more, a hardware wallet provider. Sorry about these examples, but that's my specialization. It basically it didn't have an app in some Microsoft store. So somebody realized this and created an app in Microsoft's store for apps for this hardware wallet application. And this was a fake app. Basically, you import your seed phrase, and your seed phrase is lost. I think there was something like 400,000 lost in this scam. Like Ponzi scheme, I already told you about Ponzi schemes. Fake mining software. So you basically download a crypto software, but then it may have a virus and can steal all your data. One. And here we are now, AI-enabled scams. I was actually a victim of this kind of scam. Basically, your CEO records you a message, and currently AI can make quite real real voices. So they basically can get your voice from an interview, or voice of your CEO from an interview, if he's a public or she's a public person, and then they can create absolutely similar voices and ask you to transfer them funds. Sometimes scammers threat you. They can pretend that they're from law enforcement agencies. They can even create a persona, a real persona, to persuade you that they are from the law enforcement agency, or that they are from your company. And because of these capabilities, they can basically, AI capability, they can copy your voice, they can copy your face, clone your face basically, and they can copy your style of speaking, everything basically. They can copy everything, and we'll see it more and more. So be cautious. My best advice for you is to have a safe word that only you know, and you and your company, you and your, I don't know, family, because this problem is getting insane. So if you don't want to become a victim of a scam related to any project or token, my best advice for you is to make assessment. What matters is the team. If these people are well-known mathematicians, they are they've been a long time in a crypto space, they are more reliable. If they conduct it in a smart contract audit, or I don't know, they have an ISO certification, a real one, it's also a good sign. A license, if this project is centralized, it can have a license in a reputable jurisdiction. For example, in Poland, let's say, there was, I think, more than 2,000 crypto licenses granted, while in the UK it's less than 40. So you understand what kind of license can be more reliable. And be aware of leaders with a cowboy mentality. What I mean by cowboy is like these charismatic leaders that behave like super brave. For me, Sam Bankman was this kind of leader. That's why I never used FTX. I was lucky. So 6 out of 45 crypto wallets had penetration testing. Check what you use really. Again, one more example why you should build this mentality. 160 million stolen, 321, one atomic wallet, 100 million crypto hack loss. So atomic wallet is a non-custodial wallet. Axie Infinity. Do your due diligence, understand why something happens, and understand that most of the time it's a people problem, not a code problem. If, for example, 1inch had more than 20 audits, and that's why it can be seen as more reliable. Rely on self-custody. If you don't want to become a victim of a centralized exchange hack, don't use centralized solutions, use non-custodial solutions. But again, there is also a risk. Atomic Wallet was a non-custodial wallet. Know what you use. Understand what kind of software do you use. If it's open source software, it can be better because it's can be verified by the community. Let me tell you about one solution, like 1inch wallet. So why I think it's reliable. I'm biased anyway, but it's reliable because the team behind the project includes people like Anton Bukov and Sergey Kunt. They were participants on more than 20 hackathons. They're tech people, real engineers, mathematicians, and they have audit. There is an audit for 1inch wallet by a German firm. They use some great protection, so basically secure storage for private keys, secure enclave in iOS, and yeah, the way how a firm stores your keys is quite important. So, and 1inch wallet doesn't store your keys; they are only decrypted for it, like a small amount of time when you sign a transaction. It's also important because if you use a non-custodial software solution, you have to rely on this solution and how it exposes your keys, how it uses your keys. So if you want to be even more secure, you can use a hardware wallet. Hardware wallet it's usually a device that doesn't expose your keys online, right? This is a device that doesn't have access to internet. 1inch hardware wallet that is being built, it doesn't have any holes in it. You cannot plug it into anything. Basically, you have like a black box that stores your private key and how it communicates. One of the best methods, in my opinion, maybe not the fastest one, is through QR codes. If we still have some time, I can show you a video how it works through QR codes. But apart from that, you can have like hidden wallets. You can generate different types of wallets, add one more word to your password. Let's say you have another wallet that nobody knows. But this is a tool for you to explore because it adds one more layer of security, but it's also generates one more layer of password protection for you, because if you lose password for hardware wallets and you don't have access to the backup, your cryptos are gone. Oh, this was a video, but do we have time for a video?
How long is that going to be?
It's, I already shared it. It's 1.5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, sure. We have 2 minutes until the next session.
How
so
do you?
I think we can. Yeah, just a second. Let me do it right now. I hope it's going to be loaded.
The passphrase.
Okay, let me mute it. So
I'll
I'll explain you. This is my iPad and hardware wallet. So what I do, I connect hardware wallet. There is no Bluetooth, no NFC currently. I just generate a QR code. QR code is basically my public key. I provide my XPub public key to the software wallet device. Software wallet derives addresses. It can derive almost an unlimited amount of addresses. And next, now I'm copy and pasting address to send money from one address to another address. Still, there is no Bluetooth, no NFC. Simple QR code-based transaction. So basically, a software wallet generates a signature request. It doesn't have a private key of my hardware wallet. I scan this signature request with my hardware wallet. Hardware wallet gets the information about this request. Then I signed basically generate a signature, scan this signature, sign basically transaction by software wallet, and software wallet send this transaction to blockchain. That's called basically air-gapped mode, when you don't have any kind of connection except that you send data by embedding text in QR codes. So you don't expose your keys anywhere. Just send your encoded data via QR codes.
Okay, yeah, that seems to be very interesting, and I think we can try to learn about it more after the session. And yeah, I think we have no time for the Q&A for now, since we have to switch to the next session. But still, if there will be some questions in the comments section, I will address them directly to you, Mykyta, and maybe we will keep the discussion in our Telegram chat and in the comment section wherever you are watching this, even after the recording of this video is published. Thank you so much, Mykyta, for coming and for sharing so much of your experience about scams and all those kind of things. That was very interesting and very useful to know, even from people who are working in the industry of blockchain. That was even more interesting to listen to you. And I'd like to say thank you to you once again, and I'd like to let the audience know that we'll be having 3 more speakers today. The next talk will be by Daniel Simpson. He's a senior business analyst at EPAM, and our next topic is NFTs beyond the $1 million art. And we'll be back just in a minute. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to the Blockchain Community Day 2024 conference, and I'm your host, Sergey Konstantinov. Today, we are exploring the exciting world of NFTs beyond the $1 million art, and I encourage you to stay till the end, or you might miss out on the secret to filling your cryptocurrency wallets with millions. Just kidding, but it's going to be really interesting, trust me. And we are lucky to have with us Daniel Simpson, our special guest. Daniel, please join us on the virtual stage. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Sergey.
Thank you for being here today. Could you say just a few words and tell us about yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So very briefly, I'm a senior business analyst and blockchain consultant with EPAM. I've been following and involved in the space now for many years, back as long ago as 2014, when I kind of heard about Bitcoin, and been kind of involved in several different areas in consulting since then.
Thank you, Daniel. And well, before we get started, a quick reminder to our audience. Whenever you have a question, just drop it into the chat during the talk, and we will answer your questions right at the end of the talk. All right. Let's get started. Take it away, Daniel. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Sergey. Just share my slides here. Okay, so yeah, so today just want to talk a little bit about NFTs and tokenization, which continues to be a big talking point in the blockchain and DLT world, as I think all of you are probably aware. Some of the earliest and biggest buzz around NFTs seem to be around electronic art, and these still catch the headlines. So you probably heard about this kind of strange-looking artwork, such as the CryptoPunk collection. One CryptoPunk, for example, was sold for a staggering $6.6 million towards the end of 2021. What made it so expensive? Well, it was someone who possibly saw it as something cool and as a collectible. Maybe he or she saw it as a long-term investment opportunity. It had something they perceived as being valuable. And it was certainly someone who had a lot of crypto to spend for sure. But what are NFTs? Just thinking about the fundamentals, probably many of you are familiar with the kind of basic concept. And if you are, you can think of this first minute or two as a kind of a recap or reset of your understanding. But essentially an NFT is a non-fungible token, and it's a type of digital representation for ownership, a proof of authenticity, or a proof of access rights to something. It's nowadays stored and controlled in a digital format, and a necessary attribute is that no two tokens in a set are identical. Each NFT could belong to the same collection or type, but unlike cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, which are fungible and can be exchanged one-to-one, NFTs are unique and not generally splittable, making them ideal for representing unique items. Digital NFTs do not necessarily need to be created and controlled in a decentralized way, but DLT and Web3 tech is certainly a good fit for true self-sovereignty and control over those digital assets. Therefore, most quote-unquote real examples of NFTs you hear about are generally set up and managed on a blockchain platform of one sort or another. The concept of tokenized collectibles is actually nothing new. Physical collectibles like baseball cards in the US were invented way back in the early 1950s. And indeed, the record for the most expensive baseball card ever sold was a Mickey Mantle 1952 card, which transferred in 2022 for about $12.6 million. Other examples of physical tokens include a ticket to a music or a sports event that has a specified seat number, a lottery ticket, or even as simple as a cloakroom tag in a nightclub where the owner claims the right to retrieve their jacket at the end of the night. So expensive stuff, collectible stuff, or just plain simple stuff that's been around for years in a physical form. So we can see the actual concept of a non-fungible token has been around for a while. You could say these types of physical tokens are the equivalent of paper money or coins in the equivalent fungible token class, and all these preceded computers and decentralized systems. Moving on to the digital world. So the concept of tokens has also existed for some time. Anyone playing interactive first-person games such as Fortnite will understand the concept of digital items of value. These types of P2E or play-to-earn worlds reward in-game achievements and milestones with items and collectibles that can be used or traded within the game space. A very different type of token that's been around for some time is one used for client computers to access web services. When a user logs into a website, for example, the server creates what's known as a bearer token and sends it to the client machine. The client application then saves the token and includes it every time it sends a request to the same server. The server then simply verifies the validity of that token, and the token contains all the information needed to prove that validity. But circling back to our more blockchain-based examples, let's dive into some things beyond the million-dollar art, starting with the world of sport. So the Australian Open is a major event on the pro tennis circuit. Back in 2022, the Open released its first collection of NFTs called the Art Ball Collection. Each ball has unique color and pattern and is attributed to a specific small area of the typical tennis court, and this is known as a plot. So there are around 8,500 NFTs minted in this collection. And during the real life tournament, if a winning tennis ball in a match lands on your plot, then the NFT kind of spins and lights up in some way. So it's kind of like a lottery game, really. And winning NFTs can then be exchanged for specific match tickets. I also see the Australian Open was giving out free tickets for all of their token holders to the matches. And it looks like they've done this for the past couple of years or so. I don't really know how successful this was for the Australian Open itself, or what their perception or metric of success was, but personally, as a tennis fan, I like this idea. Simple in terms of understanding the rewards and the rules behind it, and the NFTs are fully tradable on OpenSea. The collection was created on the Ethereum network using a compliant ERC-721 smart contract structure. There was an initial public minting event where the whole collection was created, although I did see one review video claiming that the initial minting and buying process was somewhat slow and frustrating, possibly because a large number of people were trying to mint and claim tokens simultaneously in a very short buying window. But overall, I think it was fairly successful. You can see here a sample of the ball collection from the OpenSea marketplace, all very pretty. Each of the balls' art was created using an algorithm to create the patterns, and it's worth noting the last sales price here, which is kind of quite a lot lower than the sort of crazy art prices that we were talking about earlier. I think these are kind of like sort of around the $100 mark, so kind of realistically priced, as it were. Another similar example, again on the sporting theme, is the NFL All Day project. The NFL is the National Football League in the US. And back in 2022, the NFL launched a collection and game called NFL All Day. This was based on a similar NBA successful basketball version. It's on a collectible card theme, and the cards are known as moments. This is because every card is an ownable short video clip of a recent or historical game. Players can purchase new moment packs or buy and sell on a very user-friendly secondary marketplace. There are several gameplay challenges involved where moments can earn you points. For example, you pick several players in different player positions from your collection, and then they compete in some kind of virtual game in exchange for points or other moments. Other tasks include the burning of moments in exchange for points, which you can use later, and this would burn the corresponding NFT on chain. Unlike the Australian Open collection, prices can vary from $1 for more common collectibles to hundreds or thousands of dollars for the more well-known players or for the famous moments. I checked out NFL All Day, and it does seem like a very active and engaging experience. The site is simple and intuitive. The graphics for the moments are great, and the Dapper wallet seems very easy to use, especially for those not so familiar with crypto concepts. And also, I think it's kind of nice, the cards. It's kind of like a nice nostalgia back to the physical collectibles mentioned earlier. Again, exactly how successful this project has been for the creators and the NFL, I'm not sure. I've seen reports that their revenue was down last year in terms of NFT primary market sales, but the site does seem to be very dynamic and evolving. And it also seems to have been received positively from NFL fans as well. It does strike me that the players with more money to spend will probably be more successful in most challenges and in unlocking the various benefits, because they can simply purchase a lot more. But with these types of worlds, I think users just find their level based on how much they're willing to spend and how much time they want to spend playing. The technology on this project is NFTs minted on the Flow blockchain. Flow uses a proof-of-stake type consensus model and an associated wallet app called Dapper. Interestingly, the Dapper wallet used by NFL All Day supports both crypto and non-crypto payments. It handles non-crypto by converting the user's fiat money immediately to more practical USDC stablecoin. So the two sports examples we just looked at very much focus on brand engagement by offering digital items, which are collectibles, but also have some kind of gamification and utility value to them. And I think that's very important. There are many sports brands realizing potential in the NFT arena, including others like Zrun for virtual sports virtual horse racing. And this trend is set to continue, with companies and brands seeking very new and engaging marketing ideas, especially using Web3 to engage audiences. So I want to move now to a very different industry and some specific projects utilizing tokenization for the physical world, specifically that of property ownership. When it comes to owning property in most quote-unquote developed nations, the technology tends to be very old school. In the UK, for example, we have what's known as a title deed. This is a scanned document held by the UK Land Registry, a government organisation. It lists out details of the sale, the legal previous and current owners, a map confirming the boundaries of ownership, and a handful of other details. When the property changes hands, the buyers and sellers generally need to involve lawyers to handle many aspects of a sale, including the retrieval and update of those land title docs when the sale is being prepared. And this process can be quite cumbersome. NFTs and digital ledgers provide the possibility of adding some great efficiency to this process. And again, we see the recurring theme of putting certain areas of control firmly back into the hands of the owners, the buyers, and the sellers. I think another major benefit can be to replace, at least partially, national database record keeping. And this, in my opinion, is often an understated benefit of some other blockchain and DLT initiatives in general. So there's also there's often a lot of talk around taking back control and not having to trust intermediaries or centralized entities. And these are indeed extremely valuable. However, those current incumbent entities will also understand the benefit of just not having the responsibility anymore of maintaining and securing this vast amounts of ownership information. So it's not just a case of people not trusting these intermediaries, but it's like the intermediaries themselves will see the benefit of this technology because it kind of reduces the burden of handling data and sensitive information as well. An attack, of course, does not take away the valuable work that legal representatives do to help protect the buyers and sellers. But having blockchain, NFTs, and self-sovereign identity control at least some record keeping is a very promising use case. I think this is a particular value where national databases and record keeping are not well established or not well trusted, which is certainly the case in many jurisdictions around the world. Also, adding tokenization can open up the possibility of fractional ownership, meaning it offers a very practical way of buying a small amount. Okay, so one example of a property tokenization initiative is RoofStack. Or rather RoofStock, excuse me. RoofStock is actually the first example I've seen which offers an entire house to be bought and sold on chain. Property is legally wrapped inside an LLC company in a traditional off-chain way, of course. RoofStock then mints an on-chain token for the house on Ethereum, and then real-life legal work is done to ensure that the token holding is legally considered proof of ownership over the LLC company. And in turn, the LLC company is the owner of the property. So this to me shows quite a solid link between a token and that token acting as a legal proof of a real world asset. RoofStock, as I understand, is operating in the US state of Wyoming, which has become well known as one of the more forward-thinking US states in the crypto space. It should be noted here that, importantly, due diligence is in place to verify the identity of buyers as well as KYC and AML check them. I can see that once ID checks are complete, RoofStack then send a separate non-transferable token to the buyer's address. This then enables them to receive their token when they buy a property, and this is all controlled by relevant smart contracts on Ethereum. So all this to me seems like a very efficient process The transfer does not need any exchange of legal documents once the LLC has been set up. That's all that needs to be done. Okay, the final use case we'll look at briefly involves using an embedded NFC chip inside a physical item and activating or creating an NFT by scanning the chip. And this concept is relatively new. The Dior fashion house is one such example. It involves an item of clothing. In this case, it's luxury trainers or sneakers, as they would say in the US, having an NFC chip inserted, and that chip will contain a digital encryption key, which in turn ties the pair of trainers to an NFT token. In the case of Dior, we're talking about a luxury item, of course. Their B33 retails for just over $1,000 US each. And the NFT serves as both a certificate of authenticity for the shoes and also as an access right to a personal and secure platform offering various other dedicated services. Those services can include manufacturing information and announcements regarding future shoe launches. This innovative approach is being explored by other brands also. So it's interesting that the inserted chip is serving as a powerful means of preventing counterfeit goods also. I can envisage that a large number of manufacturers of physical items like these will want to bind their products to some kind of token held on a distributed ledger, which in turn can also be attached to a public key corresponding to the original manufacturer. So the end result is a solid proof of authenticity and ownership, proof that the product is manufactured by the brand who claims it did, and a possible verification proof that the owner is indeed the owner via an NFT held on a blockchain-based account. And that account, only the owner can control. And both the manufacturer and the owner of the item can therefore prove this to anyone using relevant digital signatures attached to their token. And I don't believe it's just expensive luxury goods that can benefit from this tech. A multitude of household items could come with a chip inserted, which when scanned mints an NFT that could serve simply as an activation of a warranty or a product guarantee. So recently, for example, I bought a kind of a new electric shower. There's a telephone number that you call to activate your warranty, and I can see, you know, in the future that goods could just come with that chip inserted. You scan that, and it kind of it just kicks off that level of service and that warranty period automatically, as well as having a digital twin attached to the item. Aside from retail use cases, some supply chain systems are also leveraging NFC chips and some decentralized elements to create powerful end-to-end proof of provenance systems. Okay, so I just want to sort of wrap up today by briefly talking about some efforts we currently see around making life a bit easier and safer for the end users of NFT. This is something we definitely see across many blockchain and Web3 areas at the moment. And that's trying to abstract away the tech a little, or in other words, improving or making seamless the end user experience for those not familiar with the intricacies of the tech. Currently in many NFT initiatives, the main smart contract publishing, minting, and transferring actions usually require at least a basic understanding of what the processes are doing, and in most cases, the use of a non-custodial wallet setup, which means an understanding of keys and tokens. Some current projects aim to move in the direction of improved user experience by creating more intuitive wallets, in some cases removing references to public keys altogether, which is the case with the dApps wallet that I'm showing here on this slide. Some companies are opting to go for a more sort of self-owned or company-controlled, I should say, custodial type of wallet. And this might involve the user logging onto a sub-page of a company's website after their main login to access their crypto or digital wallets. The end owner of an asset would therefore not be burdened with things like wallet security or understanding keys, and will probably benefit from a slicker user interface in the same style as the main website. And this does introduce some risk with centralization, of course, but the general theme and what it seems a lot of initiatives are going for now is adoption, and therefore trying to make the overall UX experience much better, more seamless, and just easy, with an easier onboarding process as well. Okay, and I think that concludes everything I wanted to talk about today. Hi again, Sergey.
Well, thank you, Daniel, for that great presentation. Well, we have a question for you, and let me read it out. So, are there any examples of fractional ownership for property?
So fractional ownership. There's an example called Honeybricks. So Honeybricks allows investors to invest in real-world building projects. It's kind of like a syndicated, if I remember rightly, real estate project in the traditional space. So, like the example of Roofstock that I was talking about, they essentially wrap a project in an LLC or a limited company wrapper, and then the LLC in turn is then divided into a given number of shares, which can then be issued in a kind of tokenized way. I understand that's been quite successful. I recall the kind of the units can go down to around about $1,000 as well. So if you think about, you know, a typical property which is $100,000 or $500,000 or $1 million, whatever, then it kind of creates the opportunity to just to own that kind of small amount of that property. We're talking about big project initiatives here, kind of multi-use complexes and that kind of thing. Everything is controlled on chain as well, so smart contracts can kind of restrict who you transfer it to. They've got like a whitelist as well, and as Roofstock, as the Roofstock example as well, you can kind of handle kind of legal and regulatory issues by kind of programming that into the smart contract. So, for example, if a token holder has to hold a token for a certain amount of time, you can kind of layer that into the programmability of the token as well to restrict things like that. So, yeah, one example I could think of for sure.
All right. Okay, since we are pretty tight on schedule, if you guys have any more questions, just feel free to drop them in the chat and we will contact you and reply back. And that, well, actually, that wraps up our today's session. And I would like to thank Daniel for your wonderful talk. Thank you very much. And we hope everyone found it useful.
Thanks,
and
Sergey.
I would like, Yep. And I would like to thank everybody for joining. And before we finish, I would like to invite you to join our next talk, AI multiplied by crypto. How does it look and how does it work? Well, it'll start in a couple of minutes, so don't go far. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I hope you can see me now. And welcome back to our conference. Now we are going to have the next talk, which is named AI Multiplied by Crypto. How does it look and work? Together with our guest, Bayram Annakov. Hi, Bayram. Bayram, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, me too. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for applying to our conference. We really we're very curious about the topic that you are going to present, since we don't have that much talks about AI multiplied by crypto things. But the hype is going on, and I think there are lots of new and interesting solutions might be coming and invented on the intersection of those two fields. And I think we can now see your presentation, and I would like to remind our audience to leave your questions in the live chats wherever you're watching this, and we will be going through the questions by the end of today's session. And now I would like to ask you to say a couple of words about yourself, and after that, you're good to start. Good luck to you.
Sure, thanks. So I'm Bayram. I'm the CEO and founder of Mykyta Labs. I'm actually excited about crypto for, I think, almost 10 years now. I remember back in, I think, 2015, I wrote my first smart contract. And since those days, I'm in the field, but I was not actually building anything until 2022. So my actual building experience is like coding experience is like 2 years, but so far so good. Won a bunch of ETH Global hackathons, and I would like to, since I'm always on the, trying to follow the latest achievements of technologists and try to think about technologies from the perspective of combining the technologies, like for instance, iPhone is a combination of a bunch of technologies. So that's why I'm very excited about this combination and symbiosis of crypto and AI. That's what I want to share my thoughts around. You probably heard about LLMs for as of now. I think every person in the tech community heard about it, but maybe some of you have already heard about AI agents. And I want to start with explaining what an AI agent is, because that sets the foundation for my key kind of idea of the symbiosis between the AI and crypto. So essentially, AI agent is a software program. And that software program has two things that or three, I'd say, that a typical LLM does not have. And those are, first of all, it's memory. So we know that LLM is stateless, and we can't actually there's no concept of state, although there are new architectures like Mamba that enable the state for the LLMs. Nevertheless, the first thing that makes an AI agent, that software program, is in addition to using LLM as a reasoning engine, there is a memory where it stores the interaction with the users and learns from them and leverages that knowledge to improve the performance of the responses. But the second thing is the access to tools. So actually, we assume when we talk about AI agents in the space, we typically assume that AI agent can use some tools to change the state of the environment around that agent. So typically, LLM is guarded kind of environment that does not have the access to the outside world. It's a self-contained black box, while AI agent augments the capabilities of an LLM with an access to the environment, to the outside environment, and not only a read access, but the write access as well, meaning that it can change the state of the environment. And those tools could be multiple tools. I typically, when my friend asked me, okay, what's the difference between an AI agent and an LLM, and I came up with this metaphor that Well, LLM, when LLM responds, it's like Google. It just gives you some results, right? And then you have to do the stuff, say to book a ticket. While the agent will actually do the action or achieve the goal or the intent that you have, and will leverage the different APIs and tools to achieve and change the state of the environment. That's where tools come in. But why agents are why all the hype around the AI agents? What's so interesting or what's so beneficial of an AI agent over the LLM? And the best quote that I think sets the stage to answer this question is the quote from Andrew Ng, the co-founder of Coursera, the founder of AI Fund. And I'm sure if you're in machine learning, you probably know Andrew's courses on machine learning and deep learning. So Andrew thinks that AI agent workflows will drive massive progress, actually in line or on the same scale as the next generations of foundation models. So is that, I mean, why is he saying that? Why AI agents will drive that progress? Well, I think the best illustration is this research that they have done that basically shows that an AI agent using the previous generation models like GPT 3.5 actually can significantly outperform the next generation model in a bunch of different tasks, thanks to some of the agenting patterns or strategies. I will not go deep into that, but just at this point, let's say that it is proven that the agent that is equipped with a previous generation model actually can do a better job than a zero-shot next generation model. And that means that if we equip and if we implement some strategies and equip agents with tools, we can do a much better job than the next generation models, and the progress may come from that space. Another great quote from Andrej Karpathy, ex-OpenAI and Tesla, that basically underlines the importance of agents for OpenAI, which just supports the statement that I've told you about. So we know that there's a clear benefit from using AI agents. They can not only respond to our questions, but actually change the state, perform actions on behalf of us, which is actually very interesting. But the next question is, okay, so what if we have AI agents? What the future will look like, and what are the needs of the AI agents that could be addressed by the crypto? So let's think of this from this kind of two-axis kind of scenario or matrix. So the first axis is a person and agent. I will explain the idea, basically that the agent may interact with a person, or a person may interact with an agent. And the second axis is actually the same, but you will get the idea why I use these two axes to explain what the opportunity and what the future may look like, which I truly believe in. So we know when people interact, exchange value with other people. This is a traditional economy. Many of you probably are hired by other people, or you hire other people to do some stuff. So this is a traditional economy where we basically employ or outsource some aspects of our lives or jobs to other people because they are more specialized and they can do that job much better than us. That's we know that happens. This is a huge economy, and it's basically that's the only probably economy that we have at the moment. When the person hires not the other person, but a software, well, we call this automation, right? We know many aspects of and many instances and cases of automation, and how that kind of automation actually spearheaded the growth of our economies, of the traditional economy, because basically we were able to bypass the limitations, initially physical limitations of people, but now we're getting into the cognitive limitations of people and accessibility of people, and the limits that we inherently have as a humanity. So that's automation, and typically we would buy, say, a machine that we would use in the factory to augment or automate the jobs that were previously performed by people. And this is still a part of a traditional economy, but what changed is that there basically capital started to play a much more important role, and basically the capitalists, those who own the means of capital, they can actually earn a rent on that capital and basically improve and increase their wealth. But what's interesting is that if we actually switch or flip the paradigm and think about the use cases where it's not the person that hires the say another person or a machine, but vice versa. So let's say if an agent, if a machine actually hires another machine to do the job, or an agent hires another agent to do another job, that's what autonomous economy, that's what I'm gonna talk about. And that's where I think crypto is very important, and probably is one of the key and the most encouraging use cases for crypto. But nevertheless, actually, if we we see that there's one quadrant that is empty. So probably given the framework, there's a possibility that machines could actually hire people to do the job. And I'm not sure yet how that's going to be called. Will that be called an AI company? Is it some form of DAO or something? But still, by definition, we see that there is an opportunity, and the future actually may come up. We will come up with in future with the to fulfill with the specific use cases that quadrant. And I'll actually show you a couple of use cases that illustrate these two quadrants: the autonomous economy quadrant and the AI company, where agents hire other agents or hire people to do stuff. So, but we know from the ancient times, for people to exchange, to hire other people, to exchange value with each other, we as a humanity, we came up with different means of facilitating that exchange. And those means are what we call money, right? There could be multiple forms of money, and we had a long history of this. So money is the one thing that economy needs to as a glue to actually help people exchange value with other people. And that's number one. But the second aspect, which I'm sure most of you know about, that the institutions, or what I call here as a trust mechanisms, have appeared as a way to solve the disputes and to ensure to provide guarantees when people interact with other people, because people have a changing behavior, they have their own incentives and needs, and sometimes the third parties are needed to facilitate that exchange of value. Otherwise, we know there are multiple economic papers that prove that otherwise, without those institutions, we'll have failed market, and we have seen that in a number of scenarios. So I think by that time, you probably realized the key idea or the key takeaway message of my talk is that, well, actually, crypto is the ideal payment rails, an ideal trust mechanism to facilitate the exchange, the value exchange between the machines and the machines and people. And let me show you 3 use cases how I think, based on my experience, how I think this could be possible, and actually as a way to solve some of the issues that I stumbled upon since 2022 as I dive deeper into actually coding and launching products in the space. Because my previous experience was in a traditional economy, and let me share these things. So the first product that we've launched last year, and this is a failed product and a failed project. We had to close it as we around late last year. But let me explain the idea, the issue that we stumbled upon, and where I think an AI and crypto symbiosis of those two tech could actually resolve the issue that we stumbled upon. And maybe at some point in future, I will get back and resolve this issue with this product. So the product is called Wingman, and the idea is that it's a flight delay prediction market. The idea is that some people may have different opinions on whether a given flight will arrive on time or with a delay. And based on those opinions, they can make guesses, and they can make bets, crypto bets, on whether that, for instance, flight arrives on time or with a delay. From the personal perspective, obviously, if I'm flying that, if I'm taking that flight, probably that's a form of insurance for me. From a B2B space, it's a way to hedge the costs or the risk. Imagine a logistics company that transports, items that could be perishable items, and that's why they need to hedge against the delay that will result in the costs, because all of those items, say oysters or say vaccines, will be lost. And we've built this market, we've launched it, and one of the key issues of almost every prediction market in the crypto space is that most of the markets are thin. The biggest prediction market, Poly market, has the same issue that, say, an election market is the one that accumulates, I think, 80 to 90% of all total value locked. So where I think AI agent comes in is that, well, for us people, probably thin markets are not that interesting, because the upside is not that big, because, well, in maximum we have only about 200 people, sometimes 500 people, based on the size of an aircraft, that could really care about the given flight. And that's why what we stumbled upon at Wingman is that most of our markets were thin, meaning that there were no bets. But enter AI agents that we know, and this paper actually proves that we know that can do human level forecasting and can have access with the means of tools that I've mentioned before, can get access to data, say information about strikes of a given airline in a given European country, say, and leverage that information in a matter of milliseconds, make bets. And since say $50 market is not that cool for a human to spend time and to take the risk, while for an AI agent it's worth, we could see a bunch of agents actually making bets on prediction markets. And obviously, this is a great combination of AI agents making decisions and making bets, and the crypto as a platform to facilitate those transactions for the minimal costs. Because by definition, if we make a payment using a credit card, probably the micropayments will, the benefit will be eaten by the credit card processing costs. So the idea is that AI agents can act as the participants on prediction markets and solve this issue of a thin markets, and actually leverage the whole idea and promise of a prediction market, that we will have better predictions by aggregating opinions of different people, and in this case, AI agents. And what's funny is that when we had Wingman live, we actually noticed a bunch of people who actually built agents or bots that played and made bets on our markets, and actually one of them did a pretty good job, and actually lost some money, but that's another story. The second use case where I envision that an AI agent actually may employ and pay a human is when agent or a model that agent is training needs more data. So imagine we have an AI agent that does, say, some kind of job, a robotics job. And we notice that there are issues with this agent. Say it's a dishwasher, and they fail to, put the dishes into the dishwasher. So what could be possible is that realizing that the fitness function or the reward function is not that great, agent actually posts a job on a job board, and a human actually takes that job, performs that job, meaning generates additional data. That agent gets that job to improve the training, and by achieving the better better loss basically of the model, it rewards the human additionally with some kind of bonus that is written as a smart contract. So the idea is that the agent hires the human to get more data, to improve upon that data, and in this scenario only a human can actually generate that data. The synthetic data does not work, or that could be a job of actually physically going somewhere, doing something, saying something to another, or say interacting with a government agency or a bank where actually a person or a human is needed. And the third use case is, if agents hire people, agents actually can hire other agents, and that's what we are working on with my team right now. Basically, we're building a set of AI agents, a specialized set of AI agents for the sales teams. And here, what happens is that a particular agent, depending on the task that there is that needs to be performed, the orchestrator agent actually picks one of the agents for a given task. Say for this specific task of scheduling a lead generation, a sales meeting, basically a lead generation task, the orchestrator agent employs the outreach agent and the meetings coach, because the outreach agent helps to basically get access to a potential customer, while the meetings coach will help the person prepare for that meeting by conducting market research, downloading information about, Googling information about the company, the person, the recent LinkedIn post and stuff like that, and preparing the account executive or sales for that meeting. So what I'm saying is that we will see probably a marketplace of agents similar to the marketplace of freelancers, where agents will hire other agents, more specialized, faster, cheaper, and they will compete with each other to perform a given job. And what's great about the scenario is that actually the performance could be, and the performance bonuses could be coded in smart contracts and could be distributed between the agents accordingly, according to the impact or according to the effort or the participation that they have done in the eventual result. So what I'm trying to say is that if we use that framework that I suggest, the humans and persons, we actually see a need in a bunch of different products to facilitate that autonomous economy, agents hiring other agents or agents hiring human, marketplaces, data marketplaces, some ways to perform the compute and stuff like that, and we can, and the crypto space and the payment rails are the ideal kind of ideal trust mechanisms and money to facilitate that economy. That's the whole idea, and the only takeaway message that I would suggest here is that think about this matrix of agents and people and their interaction, and what kind of economy could be created as agents get two things: better reasoning and access to tools to perform to create the value and to exchange the value. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Bayram, for making such a good explanation, and I really enjoyed the way you explained something that, since it was very, very easily to understand. And I see a couple of questions in the live chat. Let me quickly go through the questions, and we see a question from Alexandra Pitkevich. She asks, "It looks like crypto and blockchain systems are good for automating managerial decisions based on the facts, to facilitate the ultimate trust and eliminate corruption and biases."
Yeah.
Do you believe in this? Do you believe in this real world?
Yeah.
To exclude people from the decision making and be sure of fair decision making based on the contract logic?
Yeah, I believe in this world. I would say that it will take time to get to the totally autonomous kind of scenarios, but I truly see already that's happening already, where the AI agents and let's say white collar workers work together to make decisions. I'm sure at least one of you used ChatGPT to write, say, a performance report for an employee or to make a decision about the project plan and stuff like that. So I think we will see more and more automation happening, with obviously with a strong need is in some guardrails to reduce the possible harm. So I would say that we should see that kind of autonomous decision making happening in the first in the industries with the least consequences or impact on the health and lives of people. Think ads, for instance, ad space, advertising space. I think this is the kind of space where, or gaming space, minimum consequences, minimum harm to the people. But as we progress, as we adapt to and we observe the performance of those systems, we will increase the amount of I'd say, outsourcing of decision making to those systems. And I think that is exactly what was happening in the 19th and early 20th century, where initially we started outsourcing part of our physical job to machines, first animals, then machines, and then at some point we got to almost 90% autonomous factories that, say, print circuits or manufacture some other products. So I think we'll see the same kind of scenario in the cognitive space, meaning decision making. Yep. So I see the second question about the
it's a follow-up
challenge. Yeah. So basically, I think this is the question of crypto probably since the beginning of crypto, and by increasing the redundancy of the sources of information from the real world, and employing some kind of consensus mechanisms, like, for instance, the chain link kind of architectures, where basically we could increase our trust in the information that is coming from the real world by increasing the redundancy and employing some kind of incentive mechanisms in the, I'd say, correct and valid and accurate information coming from the real world. So I think the Oracle challenge is in the space of crypto since the beginning, and companies and frameworks and architectures to solve that challenge are there, and we will just improve upon them, and we will employ and introduce additional ways of sourcing information from the physical world and uploading them to the digital or decentralized crypto world to make decisions and to trigger smart contract rules.
Okay, and I'd like to ask you to shortly answer to the next question, and since we are just exceeding the time for the next session, and the question says, what are some potential risks that businesses should be aware of with the intersection of AI and crypto?
I think security, the one-way door decisions, where we can't roll back the decisions or the impact that an agent has made, and that impact makes a great harm to society. Yeah, and regulation. I mean, that's a risk for every project that has some aspect of crypto.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for that. And I think that's it for now. If there will be some questions in the live chats and in the comment section after we publish the recording, I will let you know. And I would like to say thank you to you, Bayram, for such an enjoyable session. I really enjoyed listening to your ideas, to your thoughts, and really looking forward to see you on this stage again and again. Thank you so much to everyone who've been watching this live session. And at this point, we will switch to the next one with Konstantin Kalinin. The topic is the role of the token in the Web3 product. We'll be back in 15 seconds. And welcome back to our next session. We are concluding our third day of the Blockchain Community Day conference, and this is our last time slot for today. And we are going to talk about the role of tokens in the Web3 products. And our today's guest is Konstantin Kalinin. He's a partner at ScaleMoment and gnts.ai. Hi, Konstantin. How are you?
Yep. Hi. You can hear me well?
Yes, we can see you and hear you well. I think at this moment, I'd like to ask you to start sharing the presentation. And since we are up your presentation to the stage, I'd like to remind our audience to leave your questions wherever you're watching this video, and we will try to answer the questions after the main part of our today's presentation. Just keep them in the comments. And I see that it's loading. Yeah, now we see your screen, and I think we are good to start. Yeah, this stage is yours. Good luck to you.
Okay, so yeah, hello everyone. I make just a simple mind map in terms of the structure, how this like processes look like from my side in terms of my experience of building tokenomics. I just go in each stage step by step. So like generally there are 3 main elements inside of the process. One is like aim, for what we are doing tokenomics, what we want from it, what is the goals out of it, and etc. Another is how the process looks like. So like I call it just what's next when they figure out the aim. And the last part is around use cases. So what type of different use cases we has for different type of products. But to start with, I want to just make some like example in terms of what a token looks like for me, and in terms of my background, how I came to the point where I can't now really separate the product goals from the token. So it somehow happened that when I was working in a hedge fund and we was exploring different economics in terms of their weakness and possible vectors of economic attack on some model. After some time, I start a little bit more look at from the product side, how I can help other product to be protected from different economic attacks. And after like lots of practice, we came to the step where we can't really split the tokenomic from all the process of presenting the Web3 like product, Web3 economy. So, and just to like imagine and to reimagine it, I've see the token like a heart when it's beaten, and its rhythm, it's pretty much depends on the aim. For example, when we just like have some very training person, his heartbeat is pretty well stabilized when he running or when he diving or whatever he do, depending on his type of training that he has. And that's the way the well-balanced economic also may adapt with. So it's not just pretty ideal stuff for each and every case, but depending on some aim, some use case, and some potential risk that it's connected, it's maybe more or less like fit to the situation. So let me just maybe come to the first slide around the aim. And it is really very important because many times we came to the moment when the team tell a story about some like great ideas that they have around the token, about making the product decentralized, share it with community, and etc. But after some time, when we share some models and when we share some elements of their economy, and explaining that it can't be in the exact product something like there is some economy, when someone at least need to lose something. It might be the investors, it might be them as a team, it might be the community, or maybe some elements, some like parts of the community. They might be changed their mind in terms of like community first point. But as usual, the aim of token is just to fundraise. And it's okay if we figure out that for some like type of use case, like some type of team find out that's for out of Web 2, it's might be very accomplished and not easy for them for fundraise, and they came to Web 3 in terms of, okay, we heard something that it's easier here to fundraise if we got this request rather often, and here it is. So it's understandable aim, but it's not really enough to build a good product around it. So on the first like this theme, I just try to write down some general use case that we like usually more or less usually fit. Yeah, there is some founder that has some aim in his mind. It might be connected with the product. It might be just connected with some market that he wanna on the product. And the key is that he sees some elements, usually some this small blue part. Yeah, so he see the product, some elements of it, and he's the talking generally how it may look like. But as usual, there are missing part in his mind that around our practice is something in the middle, how the product, the token, and the market and the users will be connected. And that's what we call the flywheel. It's really pretty much depends on the situation, on exact case and exact elements that we have. But taking like at least one case, we have a case from US, the guys who is doing 3D texturing for 3D assets, and they came us with rather good IRR, around 700K for a year, and they have like part of the product that was done on B2B, and they have some ideas how the token may look like. And so what we was like exploring then, it's came let's on the step 2, but first we just try to reimagine how different type of users maybe connect to the product and to the token and to the market. And we mostly call this like modes. So it's some unique type of connection, the product, the token, and the user. And we prefer to see the token as distribution first elements. It's rather often happens that some very strong like technical background founders came with a situation where the product first. They make some great idea, but they don't understand how to implement it to market, to users, to some needs that the users have on exact markets. Yeah, and in that case, we that I've explaining in terms of 3D assets, we have a bit different situation. Yeah, we have one part of users that they understand, like one part of product that is connected B2B, and we're starting to implement with them what elements will maybe do around B2C, around different other like use cases, except that they already has in terms of game studios. And we start to talk for different games, for different game developers of indie studios, and like just like gamers out of different range, and starting to explore. So what it might be, what's the use case, and like usually it starts from this. Yeah, so if to speak like how this flywheel is building, yeah, we can come to like several elements. Yeah, so we define the market and the segment. Yeah, defined the brand and product roadmap, and what's the main important features that we can implement in the roadmap first and the second to get their like main benefits around the aim that we have. Yeah, so if the aim is just to get more traction or more presentability, like more great looking product in eyes of VC, that's one aim. Yeah, that we have the aim to get the fundraise. If we have the aim just to build some unique like distribution channel for our main product, for example, and that's pretty different aim, and their like roadmap will also look different. So mode building. So for example, here, like we have some like one example that my co-founder done in his previous product. They built the holistic experience around student gamers in India and Asia, building around 600 game clubs in different universities, and making a special contract for these universities that their gaming platform will be one of the main platform for for cybersport activities. So it's some mode that can be just dropped from other our concurrents that have more money or just a better, I don't know, team. So it's something that give us some like time, to continue building and not to compete on some exact market on exact level of the product. So, and clear communication is also like pretty much depend on the aim. So if you understand that our main aim is like game developers or like student gamers, we build all the products around this exact area, and out of it we came to hypothesis. So what it might be, how it may look like, where we can pick our market, and etc. And here we came like through the token. So generally, for my side, token, it's something that allow us to get flywheel around the economy, not to wait like very long time to distribute our product on some one market like we do in Web2. For example, we start from, I don't know, some Asian market, we do some legal there, some distribution channels around this market. In Web3, we can do it globally from the very start. And the community piece and distribution piece, it's in connected with a good token model. It's some element that allow us to get cash back to the system faster than in any other type of the product. So if the economy is working and some like our flywheel get cash out of the user's interaction with the product, out of their like out of their need, the product helps them in some way, we can build all elements better. We can use it to burn rate and etc. And can not wait like too much till we get some like cash back to the economy. And designing platform and gamification, it's also like very important stuff. And coming to the token, the main one of the main stuff that I find is it's very flexible. You can drive really very interesting economy depending on use case. If this is DeFi, there is lots of stuff with with building different stimul models, with different economy, with different Lego stuff, when you can build different other product inside of your product, or you can allow other product to build over your product. It's like like Lego pieces. So, and getting back to feedback loop, it's the more faster we understand what type of action, what type of connections our system, and what type of feedback loop give up to us, to our aims, and to our economy, the better we can do. We can build the whole system. So, and when we get some feedback, it's some element to get to the point like 1 and 2 and figure out is the strategy and positioning and tokens that we allow on and that we put in some system on the exact aim is really working or not. So, for example, if we have some hypothesis and strategy that some group of users will buy and use some tokens in some model that we create, and here on stage like do like feedback loop. Yeah, we see that that's not working. We came to the point one, we change the positioning, we try another hypothesis, try another model, and continue till we get the fit. And again, one of the main difference for me from the Web3 economy, that's you can do these models faster, or you can try them 2 or 3 hypotheses in the same time on different type of markets, on different type of users, and that's like really changed a lot. So back to community, yeah, it's all of how deeply you understand your user, its needs, its troubles, its pain, and why he should came to your product for doing some action in it. And if you understand your user, if you like can like walk in his shoes, yeah, you can build some organic channels how to allow him to come to your product, and you can build very good UI and UX for him, and you can make an engagement and retention models. But if it's not work well, that's mean that your like understanding is not so clear. But if you get the feedback loop, you figure out that the more you do some actions inside of the system, there are more feedback from the users you have, it grows your attention and etc. That's mean there your vision is already clear, and you can go like even more distribution. Yeah, so you can identify new channels around some user category that you think that you are like key clients or like power users. You can onboard new clients. You can make partnerships with B2B that are like working on the same market, but not your straight concurrents. And you can make like great partnerships that build traction. Like for example, back to my use case, when we was working with these B2B guys from Game Studio and like texturing, we just when we figure out what might be the community, what might be the user for them, we find game ecosystem that want to build unique experience for game builders. Yeah, and when we connect for these partnerships and explain them that our system and our model allow the games that they have in the system build 3D texturing of 3D asset faster and build the games and content in the games better, and the pipeline, the work like in like 3-5 times better or even more. That's the partnership's already done, so there's no even sell point. They just understand that with us they can move faster with their aims, and it's all like came out of this like stuff. When we understand our aim, when we understand our position, when we understand how the token is used, and we understand users and like partners, we can build a great system. And yeah, and when it's done, we can expand the product offerings through new channels. Yeah, like in that case, when we have the game ecosystem on board, we can came for other games and say, hey, we have a game ecosystem and partners that allow you to fundraise, to get some like traction for you, and also we allow you to make an 3D texturing. So that's like one of examples. So back to here. So we have a name, we have a product that's team founder Pat Lissy, and we from that side, from Orange One, try to find out of all these points some unique modes and distribution channels that allow to build this economy, this flywheel around the market users, and make the product and token scaling, make it grow in terms of new markets. Yeah, as I explained with the partners, new users. That's also came, for example, for that case with like gaming ecosystem, with their new funds and VC fundraise who also, when they see the traction, partnerships, and like a great distribution, they are more interested. And some other products, because if we find out some user like power users, and we figure out that some like other part of the experience not close, we can inbuild easily some like new elements of our product to cover them in a holistic way. Yeah. So, and when the aim is clear and we do all this, our home task around what we doing for whom, and do some very simplified traction, it's just maybe a few calls we connect, just even don't build too much model in terms of spreadsheets or like programming. But as usual, we do this first part in connection with the second one. And it's just a framework. When we answered lots of very simple questions around the product, around how it's made look like, and this is not even the main line, it's usually like the second line. The first, it's just like framework inside of the docs, Google Docs, that have like maybe 10 or 20 pages depending on the team, and out of it we answer lots of questions. I just can't go here in details, it's just partly on NDA, but out of the website it's okay. So main type, if they are stakeholders. So who are the main stakeholders for us in our ecosystem? Is it our users? Is it our investors? Is it our team? It might be different, and depending on our priority stakeholders, we build the experience around it. So we build the utility for our main main group firstly. We build exchange mechanics around the tokens, how the tokens will move, how it's maybe possible to buy or sell inside of the system. It's also dependent on our group. For example, if we build some experience for the gens of Web3, and the only way to connection to our website and to come to our funnel, it's like mail, it's a problem. You lost your users on this channel. It shouldn't be like that, because most of Degens and most of DeFi guys, they don't like to use mail. They prefer just their Web3 identity in some like MetaMask or whatever. It's but if we understand that we want a mass market, and we want a huge amount of users that maybe not pretty much familiar with Web3 elements, that is okay. That's email might be the first touching point to come to allow users to come into the system. So that's why priority group, it's really very important. And the initiatives that we have in terms of allow users, stimulate users for buy the token, and stimulate for users to sell the token, or stimulate for holding, it's also will be depending on for whom we build this experience. So generally there are just few ways how you can how you can work with token. There are different stages. So you just can hold it, you can buy, you can sell, or you can transform it for other form. It's maybe another token in the system, it's maybe NFT, or it's also it might be staking, but it's variation of holding, but it might be different stimulus around it. And generally that's it. And using this element, we can design different system for different type of users that we have in the system, depending on our aims, our interest, our goals, and our general economy that we have. So when we have some of utility for our private users, some initiatives that interesting for our users that are matched up with token goals, which matched up the business goals of the business. We can make some like token life cycle. It's also will be pretty much depend on what group we has, what type of activity it may move like. So it's generally just the models. I a bit later show it for game, like in one example, but here it's I just open one of the elements like this one, like variables for different, for example, what we have in terms of variables. So it was for one game connected with the chess when we was doing the tokenomics. So what do we earn from? Yeah, so inside in this system as a team, it's also very important. If you don't have something on your balance out of your model, you can't just be sustainable for a long time. So we earn from tournaments, we earn from bots, and marketplace fees and etc. And we also write down that, for example, here the players on the first place. Yeah, when we figure out the system, we find out that on the first stage, post MVP, like the players are the main goals. We just need more players to system start working, and we make all system mainly for them. Yes, so it's governance rights, allow them to do, to own, to act, to make a tournaments, to make a P2P plays, to do different like activities inside of the game. Then we figure out that maybe like here like chess clubs, and we like secondly do some experience for them, like coaching, training, also some owning game assets and etc. Then it might be some pro players, like professional chess players. Then it might be some NFT owners and creators, and maybe last one in our system is chess federation. As like back to this system, yeah, when we was checking some hypothesis, yeah, so we figure out some like some group, some market, and we try to implement some activity here and figure out will it be working or not, yeah, around this flywheel. If we see that on some group there is very good feedback, it start growing, we get some like traction, we get some cash out of it, yeah, we can just continue build new tools for this group at first, and then start slowly experimenting with these next groups. Okay, and back to use cases. So maybe start with DeFi. So if we're speaking about the modeling as it is in terms of like balancing the model and how it may look like, I think that's the pretty much important to do some detailed models. It's for DeFi, because here we have lots of type of risks that can just ruin our system very fast. In terms of if we don't balance well risk parameters for lenders and borrowers, the system wouldn't work. If we do some elements that allow some bad players to attack our economic system, and our, for example, I don't know, borrowers will lose their money, I don't know, out of some actions that it might be done in the system, that's practically mean that we lost our money, reputation, and it's lots of problems goes on later. And it's there are like few like basic systems that we have in terms of lending markets. Yeah, when we allow one type of users to lend and others to borrow and open different opportunities. There are like DEXs like Uniswap and others that allow to trade, and different variations of other protocols. And the more unique collaboration between users we allow to do inside our system, the more accurate we need to be around the simulations and around of different actions that is. So here it's like just a rather simplified example out of machinations. That's like system that allow to put different type of actions and get some answers what will be if, for example, we have the Boris actions, what everything that he can do in the system, and we have some insure actions that like balance the borrower and investor, and we put all these elements inside of the system, connected this with liquidity pool, and try to balance in different way the stimulus that we have to see what type of risk it might be on different levels. And there are like two main ways to do it. One is cut. It's like Python framework that's you need to do the code for it, and it's pretty much open in terms of lots of variation that you can do, but it's much more complicated in terms of building the structure in it. If we're speaking about machination, it's much more easy in terms of building simple versions, but you will all the time meet with limitation, because you need to pay on more higher plans. You can't put lots of steps inside of the system, and to like count different models for, I don't know, for like several months or even like of at least a few years, it will be very, very complicated. In cut you can you spend more time on preparing the model, but later on you can faster like check different variations of different models that are possible. And in machinations you can faster build, but to make a new model you sometimes need to change everything from the beginning and make it from scratch. And here was just one of the example when we was doing some staking program for the DeFi protocol. That's have the aim, as we say before, the aim is the most important stuff, to balance stake and days and middle like range of capital that is need to be inside of the system. So their founders of the protocol don't want the whales, like someone who has big allocation, to control the system and to get the most of the stake. And out of it, we experiments in cut and do the system that allow for middle stakers to get higher range on some like period of time. So we make different models and find out, okay, so if we put allow the users to stake on some amount of days, like on stables and insurance, so they have like this amount and this amount. So we just do different models and try to find something that fit with the aims of the product, and then just discuss it with the team and find out, is it really something that they want or not, and finalizing the stuff with the gaming. So in gaming, it's not really much important as my side to do all this detailized modeling in terms of who may do what and what type of actions with the system we can have. For me, this most important thing is about the synergy. So it's just one element of the system that we has from one like game ecosystem that we was working in. It was just like TGE is token generation event, and it also was connected with the previous round when they was working with QLs, and they have some different elements in the system. And I just take this one just to explain how it might be looked like. So it's not the system that we was building from scratch. It's the system that we was taken from like white paper and docs that they has, and try to implement what's the synergy, what the losing value, we has the same in the DeFi. We try to figure out where the system may lose value. So and in DeFi, the value is like real cash. Here, it's maybe real cash or just loss of attention, loss of like churn rate. Yeah, so users were just not interested in some type of activity or whatever. So in this system, we have like four main roles in the system. Yeah, so it's maybe game studios, active game assets investors, node operators, and players. So, but the main point out of their architecture that there's groups was not really well connected. They just have a few elements that was connecting them in one system, but their economy was not done well. When I was just exploring this, there was my main question: how value generated and how the token catch the value of the system. So if we again speaking about Web3 product, it's one of the main question. So from whom to whom moving the value? So for example, if we saying that game studios are those who create the value, and game asset investors give more value, and players just some catching it, and node operators catching value of the activity of all these three. It's still not well connected. It's more or less some movement to exploring the value, but still not really. So, and what was one also important point for me was how from the previous step, these users take the role in the system that we have on the stage of TGE, and what impact will be on the design. So, and for me, it's really important how it will be how this feedback loop, how this flywheel will move from one to another, and the good flywheel that's creating the value, and the value spread it around the system, allow those users who want to extract the value and who can extract the value first, share some benefits, and who can wait and extract value later also do some positive actions inside of the system and continue to move on. So here what's risk are losing the value was risk engine. So and for it we need to also understand the drive the flywheel. It's the exercise that I've done in the step 2, yeah, with all this mirror boards, and sorry, we didn't go there. And with all this mirror boards and the details, that's when we just put in it's in one in a system, it became more connected. So, and out of it we can make the role grade, who is more important in our system. It's already about distribution, and we can make gamification about some users. For example, if you understand that the players on the first place, we can make well gamificated system that give good stimulus for them, allowed to catch them fees from launchpad, from income from the game. But still, if we do that, we allow game development studios to test new game, to came to us, and we can easy to arrange more and more activity in the system. But it pretty much depends on the design. And then so I was just reimagine how it's also made look like. So here it's just different, it's another framework. So we implement B2C, B2B, B2G, and how it's look like in terms of how different type of users may be connected in the system, and with higher system, yeah, in terms of how we can arrange Web2 gamers, how we can arrange in our system games, venture capitals, how we can arrange other networks of gamers, and what's the role in the system and what are the main steps that reconnect all these elements in one. And when I was also like rethinking this, like users, yeah, so for example, like game studios that make more content that is buying by asset investors that's ready to wait. This activity go to on-chain actions that was sketched up by node operators, and this gave to smooth transactions and like transactions and well done games allow players to come in to communicate with the system, doing more and more games that attract new game studios. new game studios make more content and more activity, bring more validators and node operators, and it bring more players and etc and etc. So it just I'm not might say that it's finalized version. It just was like rethinking and how it's generally may look like. So I think I bit out of time.
Yes, that's absolutely no problem to exceed the timing, since that was our last session for today. Thank you so much for making it in such details, and that was also very clear in terms of your presenting. And speaking about the topic, I would like to ask you a question. So, when we talk about things like tokenization, yes, sorry.
Yeah, like sharing the screen.
Okay, yeah, now it's fine. So, speaking about the topic, I have a question. So, when we talk about things like tokenization and all that kind of solutions, it seems like the technology aspect and the technology side of everything in terms of Web3 and blockchain is ready, but people are not very good at coming to an agreement with each other. So, it seems like that's one of the problems why we are not able to adapt the Web3 solutions, different types of the Web3 solutions like tokenization and stuff, even if they are ready and technically it's understandable how to build a certain solution to make the world Web3, but we still cannot do that at the moment. How do you think we can accelerate the process of adoption of different types of Web3 solutions?
So I think it is like starting from the aim, the same as I've done. If the aim is clear, why and what for you need the token, if there is some like interest behind it, for example, like access to a capital or some a way to become globally product from the very beginning. Yeah, that's if you understand what and how the token make be effective in your system, you can build a system. If it's just more like about the hype and around some getting more attention, and that's pretty much not allow you to build a system that will be sustainable in a long time period. Like back into RWA, for example, I know some use cases when like tokens and tokenization of assets, like of equity, for example, allow to people to solve some like questions, buying secondaries from like one funds to split it for several funds smaller, who in other case can't buy it, but it actual aim. So there are like few funds who want to buy like big amount of equity that's it's like fixed in like not tokenized way, and came some like partner who like allow it tokenize it and split it for several ones to buy it in a smaller portion. So clear aim, clear actions, execution. So everything is simple for me. If there is the aim is clear, if there is no like several levels of what they really want to do out of the token, we can find out good mechanics to execute the same. But yeah, it's not all the time like this.
Okay, yeah, I would agree here with you that that those people who have the right aim about something, that will bring a lot of enthusiasts, a lot of blockchain enthusiasts into the topic, into the field. But the more enthusiasts we have, the more people will be adopting the blockchain technology and using different types of solutions without even knowing that they are using a Web3 solution. I hope that one day we will live in that world together, and we'll see that time. Okay, then I think that's it for today. Thank you so much, Konstantin, for joining and for delivering such a great presentation. We really enjoyed listening to you. And this was our third day of the Blockchain Community Day conference. And tomorrow we will continue with our Technology Day, where we also will have a bunch of talks and some workshops with great and excellent speakers. And thank you everyone who joined our today's live sessions and workshops, and hope to see you again. Hope to see you tomorrow. Konstantin, our stage is always open to you. Let me know if you'll be having some plans to rock the stage. We really enjoyed, and we're really looking forward to hosting you again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. And okay, then that's it for today. Stay tuned. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.